Well, hello there. Get everything fired up here real quick. Make sure everything is hunky-dory. I think it is. Okay, so we have a couple tasks today. Let's go double check. We just finished the Zoom. We need to double check. We need to type the correct command. That will help. Alright. Save. We need to get save working. Open map is going to be a different creature. We're going to need to figure out how we want to wire that up. But I wonder... how I want to hook that up. We can use the signal, the on-click signal, but do we want to do that? Is there a fitting event? What I really want is to do custom events. Why don't we try that really quick? With the reset button. We had done this. Guess what? I had to deal with a nasty nil pointer deref today. Thanks, Golang, for having pointers and the null pointer. That sure is useful. Well, you know, some days it do be like that. How was your Monday aside from that? I want this. I want to know how to send a custom event. That's what I want. Unknown types. Click. Custom. We can do custom, but so we could do this. I learned about an interesting new VCS mix of Git, Mercurial, and Darks. Looks interesting or intriguing, and it uses Git as a backend, so I don't have to switch everything or get anyone else to switch. I think I'll look at it in more detail. Interesting. Can you guess a popular language that doesn't have null pointers? Clojure. Or Haskell. Lisp. Scala. Visual Basic. I would have said basic, but also good, yes. I have done nothing in any of those. Except for Visual Basic. I've looked at it before, and then closed it and reconsidered my life choices. So as to do that, I would need to send data in this, right? And that would be the definitive difference between what we want to do, right? But also, I bet you thought I was going to say the language which must not be named on this channel. JavaScript? Fortran? I suspect you're going to say Rust doesn't have it either. But I couldn't, pass up the opportunity to give you a little bit of a hard time. The other thing that we could do, which won't help us for this event's custom idea, right? But does still exist as a thing. Technically, Rust has null pointers, but only in unsafe blocks. But, like, if you're doing unsafe, aren't you just, like, not doing Rust? So if you're strict, it doesn't quite qualify? Right, yeah. But it's like, Go has something similar. I forget what it is now. It might just be unsafe. I can't remember. Build that data pipeline? I'm not sure what you mean. Now, if you're doing unsafe, you still get many of the benefits of the compiler. You just take some specific responsibilities on your own. Right. Responsibilities for creating bugs, right? Unsafe just means that the compiler can't statically prove your code is correct, so you have to fully understand the invariants and requirements and contracts yourself. And as a poor meat-based computer, you don't. You think you do, but you don't. It's okay. You wanted to move some data? No, I want to send a signal. The signals, the events rather, have data as a field. Or at least some of them do. Base might not. But, that's actually an interesting question. Yeah, no, that's just a type. Okay, yeah, base does have data. Good, good. I'm thinking of the other end, I think. Well, no, but you expect unsafe to be touched by smart people who understand the language and the problem a lot better, and reviewed by other clever people. It's a somewhat improvement over every Tom, Dick, and Harry getting their grubby mitts on what's essentially unsafe C++. That's the theory. But how often in practice is that true versus somebody that doesn't know what they're doing, who's using the language wrong and going, oh, well, I can just unsafe this and do that. I would almost suspect it's more the latter, more often the latter. Nothing is preventing Tom, Dick, and Harry from touching unsafe, but that's the same problem larger projects have been handling before. Right, yeah, by having code standards and stuff. Yes. That makes sense. Yes, but such crates end up being unusable and problematic. I bet, yeah. And are not popular or adopted, or they're fixed. That makes a degree of sense, too. The other thing I can do is this. I could wire this up in the same way that we have been. SQL is not free from it. From unsafe. Comes down to trade-offs, of course, but at least there's some tooling support and help in those situations, right? It's not a free-for-all, here's a foot gun, have fun. It's a lot of other languages. I mean, are you even trying if you don't have a free-for-all, here's a foot gun, have fun? If we do this, then I don't need to do a lot of things. Except for, I do need to do this still. We don't need to handle it because it's already... I guess we probably should. Because nothing else needs to be listening to these particular events for this particular widget. And it's probably just best practice, I would guess. Be completely fair, Go helps with a lot of these problems too by virtue of being garbage collected. That eradicates a whole classes of bugs automatically, yes. But crucially, it doesn't do much for nil deref. That's true. And then up here, if we do, instead of this, because we've gotten rid of that, we just let you handle this, which means map widgets over here. I don't know if we want reset zoom to be exported anymore if we do this, but that's fine. And if we're going to do this always, then we might as well put that at the end and take it out of there. I guess the obvious solution is just make sure you write correct code and don't introduce nil deref bugs. Simple, right? And I guess we could also do this. And convert these. Can I not? Am I not allowed to do that? Is it select? No. I can only do this with type. But we can still do this. That. And then this is the default. Like so. I wonder why no one has thought of that before, huh? Anyway, I gotta go make myself a pizza with some leftover dough I have in my fridge. That's where I keep my wallet with my dough, cash. So excuse me while I call my local pizza place. Nice. Seriously, I did make some pizza dough over the weekend. I should use it before it goes bad. You should. It would be a shame to let the pizza dough go bad. And then let's just take this out for now. We can always expose it again if we really care. We just need to make sure that this is in fact 0. Well, let's make sure that's all copacetic. Got that, got this. Resetting works still. Make sure. Scrolling works. Everything's happy. Fantastic. That will help. Move zoom resets into the same zoom handler as zoom in / out. Use zoom event as well for reset zoom. Or not, use scroll event for the reset button. And the Cogent folks replied, asked for a stack trace of it when it was blowing up. So let's do that real quick. We can paste our own old code from the old method in, like so. This becomes 1. And we can duplicate our blow up real quick for them. And we'll wait for them to tell us if they want this to be in a boog, or if they just want it in Slack. Copy this, and I'll do that. That way we have it when they reply with how they would like that. And then we can delete that, uncomment that. There's a couple other things that we should do, but do I want to do them now, or do I want to push on with this? I think I want to push on with this. We need to make some bugs for them, because there was this and there was something else. What was it? Something didn't work correctly yesterday, and we need to do a minimal repro for them and file a bug for it. Mods. Mod from string, I think. Yes, modifiers from string is jank. And also, we need to, let me grab a piece of paper here. Make Cogent bugs. Key dot defier from string no modifier made for CTRL control and modified scroll event no CTRL without shift at first. Don't know if we'll do that today or not, but we do need to get to it to help them out. So that everybody can have a better framework. Okay. So, our save button up here. In the on click, we do this. Ah, right. We need to make sure that's still working correctly because we haven't checked it since we did all this other stuff. Oh, it has a little wiggle now. Don't like that. Why is that? It's frame 2, it's menu bar, left, right, center. I believe it's because the padding has pushed things around a little. If we re-inspect with you showing, save changes. And if we were to just override you real quick here, you'd see the same thing happen. I don't understand why it would do that. I suppose we could. Let's double check here. Save changes. We do have padding on you. This would be horizontal, this would be vertical. If we did none on your left and right. Would that be perhaps happiness? Nope. Still wonk. But also it's moved up now, which is bizarre. What would that be? One value spread all sides corners. Two values spread the top left, top and bottom right are the set of the first. Okay. That's so weird. It's like corner based instead of if it's corners, can I make them both 10? I wish this thing would just like align itself correctly without me messing with this. That'd be nice. Yeah, okay. Don't touch it. It works fine now. At least at a normal screen size, right? Hopefully it'll work smaller ones, but let's just do a quick commit. Fix unsaved changes, warning, causing map name, mint wiggle. Hate wiggly UIs. We also need to wire this up correct for realsies, right? Correctly. So let's just do a quick test. What happens if we make you kind of smaller, but you're still on the screen? Why can't I constrain you? Okay, that makes you push things out. So something is fundamentally wrong here. Crap. It has to be in the... I thought I had this fixed. It has to be in this, which is set to grow. Let me look at what they had to say. I've done that incorrectly. Searching in everything. But that... Slack. Why are you crap? Clear. Go away. Stop. In Cogent Core. PW. No. Parent width. My frustration with you grows, Slack. You used to be cool. Twitch, y'all are about to have some ads, and we'll wait for you while you do. I will continue looking for these docs. Or not docs, but the message. Actually, you know what? It might not have been here. It might have been in the bug I made. I bet. I bet. Because we did a repro for it and everything. Things were wonky. They do have a different bug for horizontal scroll bars. Our present text should still only grow to visible parent width, which could be related to this, I suppose. Could be a thing. I'm also not sure if ads are actually rolling. There they go. Took them a while. Maybe it wasn't. So we did a grid frame. I wonder if they closed. They did raise this. Yes, split content spacing issue. Using PW can sometimes cause problems, and in general it's better to use grow when possible, which we've done here. For example, in this case, if you change the center menu styler to this, blah, 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 issue goes away with no more PW there. We're going to document it. For height, just setting min should work in most cases. pH works pretty reliably, so this should be fine. Doesn't work, you can always add a max. I think as long as your content fits and grows off for the Y direction, just min should be sufficient. Okay, so this should be correct. I think this is probably the problem. We shouldn't need a min on these. If we tell them all to grow, they should figure out amongst themselves, right? And I believe we've been down this path before, but clearly our solution we arrived at did not get it done. Let's get you over here. Okay, that looks good so far. Come here. Become a window. Yeah, okay. But that be problem. And I suspect open inspector. Hey, Terrace, how's it going? How's things? How's Monday treating you? Work? Yeah. A lot of work? Well, the alternative isn't great. Apple event? Gotcha. Time to eat popcorn? Is this the, their big yearly announcement thing where they tell you that they've taken away your headphone jacks and made everything twice as expensive? And make fun of sheeple? Yeah. $10,000 casters? Hey, do you meet again? Well, hey, yourself. How's it going? Let's see here. If you look at this. So you are like right here. And then when we hide you again, you're over here. You have nothing to line. I guess I could do this. Sure, there's probably a better way to do this, and UI people are laughing at me, but you know. No, it's the same. Well, I guess there could be padding. Yeah, okay. So why are you growing so much? Do you have horizontal? No. You shouldn't have padding. Alternative, a little work. Well, anymore, the alternative is no work at all. which means no paycheck at all. And that's not so great. So let's keep this deletion because that makes things work a lot better. I noticed that our center all has gone missing from this as well, which shouldn't be a problem really, but put it in there just in case. This doesn't need to be a column anymore. There's only one thing in here. You lost your center all too. Oh, because you're aligned and just right. Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. That's why. Because we align center. We don't justify the end because we don't want to, but here we do because it's the right side. You're center all because you are. We give you padding. This does have a little bit of padding, but not a ton. With state. So why do you get such a huge chonk? Center pane. I wonder if center pane is growing. Hmm. I guess the other approach. Well, no, because we already have, these are containers for the things inside here. The could try telling you not to grow, but I think that results in everybody being squished up at the top. But we could also try manually setting them to have a min height of 100, apparent height. I don't know that that's going to matter for this, though. Yeah, everybody's squished. We still wiggle. But if that doesn't fix the wiggle, then let's just leave them to grow. Let's try this. Maybe I've been extremely foolish. It's not direction, it's display. We give it 3 columns. And let them figure themselves out. Nope, still wiggles. Okay. But I'm not sure. Let me check the docs. Not sure if we can specify a ratio for these or not. I don't remember. Was it in widgets? I think it would be in styling. Concepts. Style. Multiple widgets. All widgets. It's going to be in this one. Direction. Grid. Styles.grid. Columns is 2. Change the space. We can set a gap, but I don't want that. Center all. Styles grid. Columns is 3. I guess I could also do this. Also happens to be 3 columns. Actually, so does this. Is this perhaps my better answer? Will that help it to figure out where things need to live? No, not really. Now everything kind of wiggles. Unfortunate. Okay, in the absence of that doing anything, let's take that back out. Why? Why you do this? If you... Do you have like a default style, maybe, that's on the init, overflows that, overflows auto, it's scrollable, if those are true. Keycard, keynav, etc. Direction. Scrolling, sliding, style. I don't see anything jumping out. I could be just missing it though. Okay, let's try this. Let's think. I think we kind of tried this before, but U, go on to W. We put you in a frame that is also set to grow. You go in there. We do the same. We do this, same deal. So that these all reserve their space, right, ahead of time, is my thinking. And they don't fight with one another. And I could actually just copy that. Like so. You now live in there. If I was to do that, you would be up there and it would still if I put this up here so that it always existed, it's always had some kind of a space, would it? It's still wiggle. For fun, take a quick peek at this. Nope, not full screen, please. Thank you. So you're all in there. And then if we override you to be invisible again this way, then that gets real small. Okay. So that's kind of part of why, right? Hey, yourself there. Is that a go for drinking coffee? So, that got us nothing, which is not really terribly surprising. It's like this thing just needs to consume its space always. But things get wonky. Take you all out. And our padding stays up there. Things get wonky because you just don't exist. Let's do this. If we didn't do this and we were to run, Why Go? Are you building your own custom game engine to support your game needs or just for fun project? The latter. I like Go. So if we were to come in here and click on the right thing, come in here again, you. If we were to override you in here, yeah, you would still resize. And if we tell you that you can only, you need to be at minimum of 1/3, that's going to immediately break resizing, I think. But we can test that. Maybe it doesn't. Like it breaks if you get too small, but don't do that. Menu bar, F pane, U, override, invisible. And then it doesn't resize because it has a minimum. It can't get any smaller. That's gotta be it. So let's put you back. Re-import that, please. Thank you. There. That gets rid of my wiggle. And then when things get kind of small, like, it's just gonna do that because it's too dang small, right? What if we also say that the max is also 1/3 of the parent? Perhaps if we only tell one thing that it must be a fixed size, the others will behave. Okay, so that goes below. Which is fine. It's gonna kind of wiggle funny, but Hobby Game Engine, that's so cool. So far, what have you done, like, features-wise, UI, UX? Well, this is most of my UI. I have a client, but it's very basic still. And the server is still also basic. It's early days. We align you to center. That's correct. We need to do is overflow what is the correct syntax for overflow. We've done it for this, I believe. It's overflow set. Overflow hidden. We do that. Doesn't hide. Still breaks stuff. I wonder if I'm having problems because these widgets, template bar isn't even a proper widget. It's a, I think edit bar is either. Edit bar is, okay. I wonder if it's because it's resizing this whole thing and that helps it to figure out better what's going on and what it should do, as opposed to having two separate widgets. But then again, these other widgets don't have as much stuff in them. That might just be the reason. But it does push it out of there. We need to set, I think, that probably has to stay. Tell you not to grow, but say that your min and your max are both 100% of your parent height. And do that instead of grow for all of the containers. Twitch, you're about to have some ads and we'll wait for you. Well, that pulls that over there. Why that? We'll do that when Twitch comes back. I'm going to take the opportunity to refresh my coffee cup while we do that. I'll be right back too. There we go. Perfect. This over there. And let's go. Look at this. Yeah, now you don't fill everything for some reason. Why the heck not? At least you don't wiggle. That's nice, at least. Make sure I didn't do grow on the X, min-max a hundy on the Y. Justify your content. If we don't have this anymore, is that somehow confusing something? Perhaps. Get over here. Okay. But then we're back to the Viggles. It's also chopping off the border down here, which is super weird. Why though? Why especially if the the parent objects are set. Let's get rid of this for now. If y'all are set to grow, you should be consuming a third of the space because you're all set to grow. If we get rid of this stuff that kind of didn't work really, you should all share 1/3 of the space. I would think. That would be my assumption, right? And yet, y'all wiggle. If I was to not, for funsies, if I didn't justify you to the end, your content, what would happen? Yeah, you would all wiggle. Okay. So it's not related to that, which was like a pretty slim chance anyway, right? The... I wonder if I'm doing this incorrectly. Let me look at form again. I wish this was documented. I really do. Pull you over here because you build yourself with a bunch of child objects based on your struct. So we go through your fields. You figure that out. String case to sentence. We set the name. Okay, tree add. It's a text. We do a style. We set up everything with that. And tree add new. What is the difference? Adds a new plan item to the given plan, which is P, which is in the maker. Name in the init func versus tree add. Plan name string new func. Which is a value in this case. Should I be doing, I wonder, this goes outside of that. This gets the value name. This gets the label name. New value, all that. Wonder. Okay, let's just try it. Let's see what happens. Add new, P, the name will be save button. It's going to return a button. Except for can't do that. Where does W come from in this case? It's just the value. This is the init function. So this, and then this, but this needs to be that. Oh, whoops. Too many arguments to return. Because that. And then this become this? Why aren't you happy? Probably because of my bracketies. It's you. Because this needs to be there. I have no idea if this is going to work. What does new value do in here? Turns a value. Except for this would be on W. Except for we don't have that there. W as a widget. Given name, function for constructing the node, and function for initializing the node. Ah, it should only be used instead of add and add app when the node must be made new. Okay. So that might be a problem. Or maybe on the wrong track. What does tree add? Get out of there. Get back in here. Plan in the init function. Okay. I think that's gonna help me a ton. Let's roll this back. Don't. Leave that alone for right in this second. But the node must be made new. This does not need to be made new. Like we're creating at the start in the init, but it's not always a requirement. Which it looks like this. To value, tags, start from tags, bind it, and as tree to the parent, add the child. Okay. So I don't need that. Add at. To the best of my understanding, we just add it to the parent, which is not what we want. We want it to go all in here. Given plan for a node with the given function to initialize the node. I would need to that's the name, but I need the actual plan. If I want to do it this way. And this might be something we just need to do a minimum repro on, because that would extract it from all the other stuff, right? Well, yeah, that hit the spot. I mean, pizza will do that. I want pizza now, and it's all your fault. I wonder. Just for fun, if I don't limit the height, because we found there was issues when I clamped the height on the little things, the internals. Your evil plan worked perfectly to make me desire pizza. It is pretty dastardly, I won't lie. Yeah, no, you still wiggle if I do that. So it's not related to being clamped on the Y. I don't understand why you don't... The container doesn't just maintain its size, right? Given plan for a node with the given name. Maybe I could do. I still plan name. Would I need to do? This is kind of stupid, but maybe... Maybe you just nest plans. Have I mentioned how much I love things that aren't documented? Oops. Get in there. This just goes straight to W. That goes straight to W. I mean, you still wiggle, but you do work. Before I get mad, I should go double check and make sure they haven't added docs for this. Wouldn't be in there, it doesn't look, unless I'm missing it, which is entirely possible. Plan, here's a plan. Use to update properties of widget, update the structure, plans, read up plan, node-based.maker, number of buttons in a frame. That doesn't really help me. I guess we might need to know, we might need to try this at least the right pane. Not you. Not right pane, center pane. Why do we have, oh, hang on. Why do we have you in here? You shouldn't even be. You go in here now. Before I get too crazy. No, okay. Okay. So given that none of this is really working correctly, we're going to restore this, roll it back. We're going to take these back out because we did see an improvement with that. Make sure. Like, aside from the wiggle, it's working perfectly. And I might just be doing something really stupid. It's entirely possible. Move min PW. It causes issues with the bar sliding out of its parent FOV. So we need to do is have a think. How are we going to rebuild this easily? Why am I not using VS Code? Because I don't like VS Code. I like Golang better. I would need to probably create a constrained center box, right? And then build essentially the same thing, which is not terribly hard, I don't think. What's my editor? Goland, sorry. Trying to think if I'm doing something silly. Oops. We tried this, but we don't put anything in you. What does that look like for us? Twitch, you're about to have some ads, and we'll wait for you. I wonder... I'm going to read this again while we wait for them. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go use the restroom while we wait for them, and then we'll come back and read it. All right. So, I wonder. Let's run this. Oops, that is the wrong window. If you type all of the words in the command, it'll work better. Pro tip. The Inspect. 2, menu bar. It sure looks like they consume a third to me. What am I doing? The same thing that the title of the stream says. I guess it must be that it's resizing because of the... Like it says to grow, but... Can grow if there's more space available. Extra available space is allocated as grow. Some will grow. Grow elements absorb available space and thus are not subject to alignment. Which makes sense, right? The... We can try, let's put these back in real quick. We don't need this. At least we shouldn't. That should be able to go into there. This should be kind of irrelevant. I think. Because that should mostly control, like, wrapping. The... not text, a frame, off of W. This holder, give it a styler. The min X we set to being a third. And the max X we also set to a third. And then we put you into this. And if we do that, okay. So I'm confused that you'd think you're that small, because you're not. And I bet you that's kind of related to why it grows, right? Like you have all this room. But you're not using it for some reason. And I wonder why that is. I mean, for that matter, you have like lots of room here, but you don't think you do, apparently. Let's take a look. You have a gap set, that's fine. Scroll bar width is fine, there's no scroll bar. Like you're set to grow. Display is flags. In a row. That all works. Wrap shouldn't matter. Like, you look like you should fit as well. I guess we could do, we don't need that if we're doing this route. Oops, to close that, there we go, restart it. Still kind of wiggles. What in the world? Okay. Think here. We know that wrapping the buttons doesn't really matter. It still doesn't lay out correctly. If this doesn't matter either. Put you in there. If we leave that there, that just takes us back to where we were, so that's fine. Yeah, let's do a minimal. We'll name you, what do we have in here already? Grid repro we have, okay. We're gonna call you, cancel that please, X axis wiggle repro? New window. That. We'll swap those so we can look at this one. You're back. Welcome back. How was the show? Do you have popcorn stuck in your teeth? You weren't watching? You were so excited about it, though. Ah, you're watching other people watching it. Well, how was the show? Main Always excited when Apple flops, right? And they do it consistently, yeah. I need to bring in this. Tidy, so that you're in here. Are you done? Okay, yeah, you're done. We need to... One guy was watching presentation and Apple stock market movement at the same time. Nice. We're going to need... Let's just say... well, first we're going to need to do the thing that I always forget to do, which is... New body. That. And then we need to... Nope, not dialogue. Run the main window. Hey, Pluck, how's it going? We will need to have a center thing to put these in. So let's just say... It's fine, that's good. Off of B, and then we'll do... What is this new project? I'm doing a minimal repro for what looks like a bug, both to help myself figure out what the heck is going on, and possibly to submit as a bug. Because... Well, we can launch... We can relaunch this. Say that. No, I can't. I'm an American. I only read Roman alphabet and about 75% of it at that. So this up here is driving me insane because I hate wiggly UIs. And if we look, we can see that if we line up here, when the unsafe changes notice gets put in. Did I forget to override? I did. I forgot to override. We can see that the panes are wiggling, and they really shouldn't be, because they should be thirds, right? And it has all kinds of room over here. It's just not putting itself in place. If you guys can type in English so that I can make sure we're moderating correctly, that'd be great. I don't... I'm sure it's fine, but I don't have any idea what you're saying. So we need to give this a... Let's see, we want to make this grow. That'll be kind of closer to... what the Establish mutual trust. No, we're not English. Okay, gotcha. The we don't want it to grow the full screen though, otherwise it'll be hard to reproduce this, I think. So we say that the max X is EM. Does that make sense? Probably not. Let's just do display pixels and we'll set it to something kind of absurdly large. 500. We'll say parent height of 20%. And then we'll do a border so that it's clear. Where the line is, right, where this box lives. We need to get you to build. There's an old joke. Oop, full screen got me once again. From the 90s, it goes like this. So you can see here. That joke's a little on the edge. Everybody's welcome here. I don't want to get into too much of that stuff. Okay, so we probably want to double that. That's better. Okay, so we have the box. Now we need to give it... That was the origin of the phrase I wrote in Ukrainian. Gotcha. Like I said, I'm sure it's fine. It's just... If too much goes by that I can't read, I don't know if we're having an argument or not. You know? This would need to be... To truly be a one-to-one. This would actually need to be... Like, again, double this. So that we have a confined space. Well, no. Let's keep that. Well done. Okay. What part? Because we want it to be easy to see. Okay, that's probably fine. It's a very, very stylish GIF emote. Let's see. Okay, so then we need our Let's do just a directory, custom widget. Actually, do we even need a custom widget to make this happen? Let's do it without first, because that'll answer some questions. Inside of center text, what we're going to do, inner frame, yeah. New frame. This shouldn't be center text. It should be frame. Like so. Let's close that. Make sure I'm accurately reproducing this. You are also set to grow. No, sorry. It's Y only. Probably want you to be like 20 for this. Oh my gosh. Lost all ability to type. Okay. And then let's make sure that's good first. Okay, sure, that's fine. If we make you smaller, probably easier to see. And then we're going to have first, third, rumors are they are going to temporarily fix Section 174 with Big Beautiful Bill, so you US-based Swedes will have more active job market for another 5 years. We'll see. I did see that. I'm not sure how much of it is truly related to that, though. Like, there's a lot of people talking about it. Is it helicopter background? Yes. I'm surprised you heard that. I'm not terribly far from a very small airport, and they have helicopters here sometimes. My mic must be better than I thought. You need a styler to be the same as our real thing. You are set to grow both. What we're going to do real quick is just copy pasta you in here. So that you all look the same. And I didn't give you borders, which is fine. We can just do a quick cheeky inspect. That looks roughly correct to me. But I should give y'all borders real quick so that we can easily see where you live. And then we need to put buttons in you. I'm wondering... we also need to do... set horizontal. A little bit of padding. Coffee? Yes. Absolutely. Oh, I put you on the wrong. Derp. You go on the inner frame. So you do have a little gap in here by default, which maybe we have, and maybe we should take a look at, but we'll push on a little further. My concern is that this won't be big enough unless I make you. There, that's probably closer. Yeah, I guess it's very just screen size dependent, isn't it? It's probably alright. We'll mess with it if we can't get it to repro. Hello to you as well. Oh, I think Twitch, you're about to have some ads, and we'll wait for you. In fact, I will fetch my water because this coffee is almost gone while we wait for Twitch. Well, as soon as it fires. Project looks a bit empty from yesterday. Yeah, I'm doing a minimal repro for a bug. Or it's either a bug or I'm holding it wrong. Either way, kind of likely. I'm not a very good UI guy. Yeah, there we go. There Twitch goes. Okay, so I'll be right back to get some water because my coffee's almost gone. There are. Just in time. Welcome back, Twitch. Okay, so we need to add in buttons. New button in the first third. And let's double check. I don't think we did anything with these really. We made them square. Yeah, that might matter. Who knows? Let's find out. Um, like that. We also had on click. Ooh, we need a... Let's do... Can we attach to... We can just put the click off after, the click handle after the creation of the thing. It'll be fine. So we have the save button. An open button. And then we have new text. You go in the first third. Like so. You have a styler to make you big. You have a little bit of padding. Ooh, we would need to... I can't do this out here. Okay, perfect. It's not state. It's, yeah, it is state. Is visible? Or is that only for... Maybe. Let's see. Well, that's wonky. Why are you small? Is it because I've made you, whoops, too small? No, not really. Oh, it's because I forgot to set text on you, that's why. But this certainly doesn't work. And I don't know if I can put... Let's just do... let's do it this way. Toggle that, and then you set state to show text. State's invisible, but this is actually the opposite of. Like so. No. I would need to... Can I fake it this way? I really just want to keep this as pared down as possible to eliminate as many variables as possible. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. We already actually see it. Okay, perfect. So that eliminates a ton of stuff, right? We should be able to get rid of the border radius stuff, which would mean we could get rid of this. That needs to be there so that we can later do the show text. Padding. Can we get rid of you? Probably. Ah. Yes. Okay. Can I actually get rid of this button entirely? Yes, I can. Perfect. Love that. And instead of save, we'll call you toggle hidden element. The toggle button is your name. Can we get rid of this as well and show halves? That's just one less thing, right? Yes. Perfect. Can we do this with no padding? Not sure on that one. Can, okay. Can I do this all without inner frame? I can. Which means if I'm going to do that, I can make this a lot smaller. Let's also do... Let's do a little padding so that these guys are easier to pick out from their exterior. Noticing that this sure doesn't look like a half, right? What if we made this button smaller, just like that? And then we can call this... That actually pushes that out of there. Interesting. Okay, let's take the padding out. But we could also do... Derp, derp, burp, burp. Parent is second half. Set text is sample text. These guys grow. If we put you... Almost like this does not get respected in this case, which is confusing, but I think expected? Oh, duh. That's why it's not changing. It was set to parent height, not a fixed thing. It should let us be able to do that. And do I want... It's probably fine. What else can I take out of here? You grow, you border. You grow. Yeah, I think that's pretty minimal. Let's grab. Not that. You, GitHub. Things falling over. A little bit of a breeze. If that becomes more breezy, I'll have to go close some things. New issue. Bug. Setting text widgets. Is it, or toggling? Let's go toggling text widgets. Visibility causes parent frame size change, let's say. When toggling visibility of a text widget, i.e. to indicate that there are unsaved changes, the parent frame should say if the parent frame is set to grow alongside other frames, parents will grow even though there is plenty of space for the text widgets to display. Take you. Shoop. Oh wait, no. You go in example code. Run example code. Observe that the two child frames take up roughly 50% of the parent space as expected. Click the button. Observe that despite the abundance of space, the first frame will wiggle over. I should say this creates wiggly UI, which is not desirable. Spell it right? Guess both are out? No? It is that. No E. Okay. Platform. Linux. Okay. I should rewrite this. This is kind of confusing. I should say, instead of this, if you have two frames in a parent frame that are both set to grow, and you toggle the visibility of a text widget in the first frame, the first frame will grow, even though there is plenty of space for the text widget to display. I think that's easier to wrap your head around. Oops. Don't want to save. Force a habit. Creates a wiggly UI, which is not desirable. Got our repro. Think we're good. That has been created. So we've done one of the things we thought we might do today. We can be done with this for now. That's me. I want this, please. There we go. Oh no. Now I've made you full screen and you're going to hide my chats. Get over there. There we go. The other thing I wrote down, I made notes. We have two things, actually. Possibly three, depending on what they have to say about the other one. So, what I'm going to do. I'm going to put you, I'm going to make this, I'm going to put you in here. Y'all can go in there. Y'all can go in there. Y'all and y'all. Because things are getting messy. That's fine. Oh, you. And then new project. We're going to call you key modifier repro. Actually, we'll call you modifier from string repro. New window, please. Over here. This one gonna be way simpler. Grab this. You new body key modifier repro. You need to be fixed. Run main window. This one should be super easy. We need, well, maybe we can do it on body. Key modifier from string. We just need to let's do new button in B. That. On click. We do this. We say key, not keys. Cogent core. It's actually modifiers from string. Twitch, you're about to have some ads here real quick in a minute, and we will wait for you. Oop, there we go. Totally got distracted and forgot to warn them. My bad. I should really put something in chat for that. Write that down for myself. Wonder if y'all can hear the train too. I'm also near train tracks. You know, fun things like that. Did you hear? I did. Could do that. Oh, great. My camera's decided to be blurry as well, and I have lost the ability to speak. Let's see if it'll fix or if it'll just fall over. Hey, great success. Loves it. And welcome back, Twitch. Okay. Modifiers from string. Take gets mod and leftovers. And this should be key dot control string. And then I can do these should both be strings, but well, no, one's going to be a mod. So we'll just do the default printout. This is mod. This is leftovers. Make us a new terminal. We'll run you. Make sure. Boop, boop, boop. We forgot a new line, but that's fine. And we could say, how did we create it for realsies? Over here, we did that. We can also do actually we just do oops. Oh, it should look like. Make sure everything prints out. Nice and easy to parse. Can I get more? Well, that's just a string, so it won't matter. Get more granular for them, maybe. It's probably enough to show, but you know. Okay, yeah, it's just... doesn't do anything else. Because mod has a stringer. And I could do... that's a flag for the Go representation, but I don't think it matters. I think they should be able to... figure it out. But I could do this. Which would put quotes around them. Which might be a little bit more clear. Now, let's fire up my other window. New issue. Bug report. Actually, let me double check. Issues. Should have checked the first one too, but that's fine. The... gosh. What do we call you? Modifiers from string. Nothing. Yeah, okay, good. No issue. Bug report. Modifiers from string. Creates... Actually, hang on one sec. If we were to do this... and do this... for funsies... Interesting. The plot thickens. If we were to say... that, for instance... Oh, I forgot a new line again. But... Oop, no, don't close you. Close you. Am I foolish? Maybe this isn't a bug. Maybe this is a case of me holding it wrong. Modifiers. Modifier string. That goes through there. So why do you think that you have a string? You do. So we can still use some of this, or all this actually. This is just a different thing. Still use this. Calling turns an empty string, which... Hey, Sai, how's it going? Not too shabby. Just making some bugs. Fighting with frameworks that are a little fresh still, you know. The usual. Wow, this song is awful. Turns a very surprising empty string. Call key dot control dot string. GitHub closed source for your project? Yes, it's not public yet. I don't know what I want to do with it when it comes to that, but right now it's way too early for anybody to be running around in there using anything because I'm breaking stuff on a regular basis. I guess I could copy in the output. Like so. Let them figure out what they want to do with that. Now, that is one last thing done. Or one more thing done, rather. Let's take a look at a minimal repro for the scroller, not scrollerizing. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, I would hate for somebody to try using it and then, like, open issues saying, well, none of this works. I'm like, well, yeah, you're right. it doesn't. I'm sorry. Okay. New project. Cogent bugs. Modified scroll. Repro. This window for this one. Don't need the other anymore. Main. 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 You are? That's... That's... This is not the correct import. What am I missing? I'm missing a core. Because reasons. Now. New frame. In the body. Styler. Those imports always make me wince a little. Surprisingly, this isn't because of the language, but because of some too clever by half tooling at work. Let me explain. We'll tell you to grow, that's fine, we just want... Give you borders so it's clear where you're scrollable. And then... It's not abilities that said it's set abilities. True. Scrollable. On. This. Actually, I might be able to just get away with print here. IDE, we have auto-save files by default after about 5 seconds in activity. Tooling runs on save and tries to smartly populate imports based on modules used in code. Yes. My workflow is often one, I know which import I need, so I write import. By the time I scroll to where I need it, tooling has decided I'm not using it and auto-removed. Yes. 3, I type in module name. 4, tooling auto adds same name module from somewhere completely different. 5, I'm amazed at errors about the function I'm typing. Yes. That's why I seldom type imports anymore. Because Goland will do the same thing where it yanks it out if you don't immediately use it. You could turn that off, but like it's also nice to have it manage the imports for me. But also it won't do, like if I was to do, gosh, it's cmp.diff, right? Well, this one, I've already got it local, so it doesn't know. I think errors maybe? No, I've already got that. If I don't have a package local, it will prompt me. It'll stay underlined, And it'll be an option to select which one. Not typing imports just skips the point before you try using the module that to go fix the import. Yes, but since I don't import a ton of things, let's see. What's a good example that I won't have locally? I don't know if this is the correct. Oops. Or no, that's not even the right. I forget the package now. I don't have a good example off the top of my head. But if there's a conflict where two are similarly named, it'll prompt me, usually, before it just imports one or the other. It happened just a minute ago when I did... Here, import package. Okay, it's showing, in this case, it's only this one. But if there was another one, which there was a second ago, but I think because I just used... Here we go. There we go. It popped. Right here. Multiple choices. Do I want this one or do I want this one? And then I can do that. See, the smartly is in quotes because when I type slices, that index func instead of slices imports something like compute cloud, some weird team, experimental feature, abandoned project, utils, tools, slices. Yes. Which they wrote before slices was in standard library and does completely weird things. Yes. And if I had a large enough environment where that became an issue, I'd probably turn it off and just go back to managing my imports myself. It's just not a big deal for me, usually. I've had, every so often it annoys me. Every so often. Anywho, scroll. Scroll. And I forgot to switch that back, making this unreadable nonsense. Okay. So this is a delightfully messy mess. So it looks like it actually sticks until you click, but it does take shift to fire again. Which matches sort of my experience with the real thing. Bug reports, modified scroll event modifiers, fail, scroll event modifiers, inconsistent, sure. When adding a modifier to a scroll event, Cogent does not see the control modifier until shift is pressed. At that point, it will see the control modifier forever until you click in the frame. See, sample code. Now, Run example code. Attempt to scroll in the middle. Check terminal for scroll events. Attempt to should be present. Attempt to hold CTRL and scroll. Should see unmodified scroll events still. Tap Shift. Continue to hold CTRL. Should now see Control modifier. Scroll some more. Hit more buttons. More modifiers. Like Shift again. Mods come and go. But well, mods presence been held, but never completely clear when released. Click in the middle. And then scroll. Should now see unmodified scroll events. And we'll double check this and make sure I'm not completely crazy here in just a second. Follow my own instructions to make sure that we repro. Okay. Scroll. I see scroll. Control. I see no scroll. Control tap shift. I see control. Okay. Fire. And shift modifier. Release. Control. Only control modifier presence. On scroll. This it was kind of funny, but it wasn't worth it. If we tap shift again. There we go. That's a better. Tap shift again. Should now see shift modifier is stuck on scroll events. And we click in the middle. And we see the unmodified. We don't need output for this one. They can do it. They can figure it out. I should be scroll event modifiers get stuck. That's better. Okay. That, I think, up until they get back to me on where they want the other one, if they just want to look at the stack or if they want a full bug, that's going to take care of that. Now, let's close that. Let's close you. figure out what we're going to do with ourselves for the rest of today. We're going to set this aside. We're going to do a commit here, though, because we just cleaned up. Double check. Yes. Remove unused frame. The text can live in the center pane alone. And then Twitch, y'all are going to have some ads. So that's how we roll, apparently. And while we do that, I'll look. This, yeah, we got distracted. We need to do the save button and the open button. That was a fun little several hour tangent down weirdness lane. So we're back to thinking about how we want to handle that. We have custom as an event type, so we can do that. And we just need to put the data into the event, which means that menu bar needs to be aware. I guess we could just put that. Menu bar is aware of all the things. Not menu bar, sorry. The main map page is aware of all the things. So what we can actually just do is a well, do we want to do that? Yeah, that's probably fine. Menu events, except for you need to be exported. The first one we're going to call save map. Welcome back, Twitch. I guess, sorry, I got distracted. And we're going to need open map as a thing as well. We'll give you a stringer. Default invalid. Oh, that's going to step on stuff. What are you mad about? You're mad because you think it's a generic because it's me, but that's the... PE then. See if I care. It doesn't matter that much. I just hate warnings in the ID. But I'm calling that one nonsense. It's fine. I don't care. So when we do a save on click, we do all that. But also we emit an event the same way we do in room form. Here we do we can set handled, but also oops, we should do we need to wire this up as well, but that's fine. Oop, no, not click, custom. And then data is save map. We'll just put that in there because it's interface, and that's fine. We do an init, and we do handle events, save events, like so, which allows us up here, after we set up, we're going to rename you, even though it's going to be a little awkward. It's fine. On custom event, we need to not a pointer, menu bar dot menu events. If that's okay, which this isn't going to work because right, we don't need this. We don't need to assert. We need to say event is an interface. That's right. This was the part that confused me earlier too. We need to switch on this case. But I can't do that. This is What did I call you? Save map. Because you're an interface as well. This is what's this? That's the syntax. Case. My brain is getting crispy. Not this. Case. Menu bar. Oh my gosh. Menu events. Really? I can't do that? Alright, it's because you're an int. How am I going to do this? Without doing something stupid. We know you're a menu bar fan because we're gonna do that. And then default will do ooh, this is going to be problematic because this is going to step on the event. Here we go. I can do that. Okay. What did I do wrong first time? Whatever. You will be this isn't really an error, this is more of a warn. Of course, that'd be string. Let's make you a quoted string just for funsies, in case you're empty. So if it's a save map, save the map. Case dot open map. Open the map. Okay. Let's also do just a quick test with this, and we'll also wire up while we're here. We should call you open button. That. Log Sue. Fire's opening, fire's saving. Love that. Good things working after all the struggles of the morning. It's nice to see some progress. All right. It's hot. It's hot today. Even though it's a little bit breezy. In fact, next break I'm going to actually open up a different window. And maybe close. It's a little breezy. All right. I need to make myself a note. Okay. Make sure that I do a couple things over the week while I'm not here. Speaking of doing stuff, what are you up to today, Ash? Are you writing more? He might also be totally lost in lurking, which is super fair. We need our map widget to know how to save things. For loading things, we actually do that here, but it lives here. In load map, yes. Good. Which ends up using game map, save map. It just needs to have a map config, which is just the directions. Okay, that's fine. We need to feed this the config instead of having this build it. This can temporarily have it. Ooh, or do we... See, this ties into the opening stuff. So maybe we don't. Maybe load map ends up coming internal to the map widget. Which is why we refactored you into a custom widget. Yes, okay. What we need is for this to have this instance of the widget. You have a game map, but you also need to have you have a config in you. Load map is already a method, I think. collapse this down. I'm going blind, apparently. Load map, here you are. Oh, you're not a method yet. Okay. It's going to be a problem. But not a big one. We can put you down here after we create map widget. We load up. This only returns an error because it becomes a method. This. Dot game map equals current map, but also dot map config equals map config. So this becomes this. We don't need a logger anymore either. We have one either way. Loaded map goes away. This call goes away. We still leave that there in case, I guess, but this becomes a to-do. Make this well, I guess it doesn't necessarily need a config. This is fine for now. I think that this call is going to end up going away completely, and we're going to let map drive itself for that. It can display us a dialogue in there. I like that, I think. But that just means that let's move you down just for visual organization. Down here, load map. And then what is your major malfunction? Use default errors, please. Why am I doing that? I have no idea. Brain fart. Just return the error. Don't even need that. Which, this should be... Ooh. Yeah, okay. Load map, map config. There... I think this just works. I think we're good. Because everything's been pulled apart enough. Let's find out. No, it doesn't just work. And it's because set game map calls this. We need to do that. We might be able to get rid of set game map completely, but we'll burn that bridge a little later. We'll just leave ourselves a note to do. Can we delete this entirely? When load map takes over. I would like that. I will log it a lot. So then we just need a map widget, save map. I guess it can return error probably. This will be if game map is not nil. Thought you had a save. Write to file. And then this is map config dot. Oh, I need to combine you. It's not OS, it's in path dot join this directory file. You don't actually return an error. We just log. Which might be fine. We could test this. If we did 3.2 applied, hit save, saving map. Oh yeah, duh, we forgot to wire that up. That ain't gonna work. This is dot save map. Apply, save, and if I relaunch my test map at 3.2, still has the save, the changes. Okay, that's working now. I could actually do this in here for funsies. Hello, what is MUD? Multi-user dungeon. Twitch, you're about to have some ads. Just so you know. And while you do that, I'm going to take a quick break. Use the restroom. Okay, so that opens our map. And fired our unsafe changes off. Interesting. I don't remember. If I wired up anything to that yet. We'll find out in a minute. Just need to give you a function to toggle that, I think. Which I think we can actually do just by doing this and then running generate. There's the ads. I'll be right back. There we go. Why am I not using Copilot or similar? Because I can use my brain. Oops, I forgot to undo that. That. Now we need to listen to... We have those. We need to be able to bubble up the... Would it not be faster though? One, I don't give a shit about speed. Two, no, because then you have to go back and maintain stuff you didn't write. Like, it's just going to make you, it's a right slop for you, right? I care about quality over speed all day long. Um, we need to listen to the widgets changing. Specifically the rooms widgets. These guys. And when we change, we need to fire that. These guys live in the same package, so we can do similar to what we just did here with the custom event, I think. I think that cancel, we do nothing, yes. Here, when we apply the change, update the tile, which actually leaves the map. That's fine. Yeah, that's totally fine. What we need is to close some of this stuff because it's messy right now. I need forms, I need tiles. The tiles. Tiles. Not rename. Just tiles. I want to basically do all the stuff I just did here, except we'll call them different stuff. You will be a tile event, and you are save tile? No. You're apply change. We go tile event. We should do that. We should do the same over here, actually. And then this is apply change. Just in case we care about a string. Meow. Room tile we can do as the pilot. When we apply, we'll borrow our own code that we just wrote. Except for we're going to use send instead of handle, I think. We update the tile right here. This is words. Apply change. We'll call you apply event. That makes good sense. Data is apply change. This is RT send events.custom apply event. And then up here, options starting from values, given original event. Handle event directly for any existing events. Theoretically, if I listen to map, can I listen to these? Map widget on events.custom func events.event. Print it out. Let's rerun generate just in case anything needs to be changed because of that while we're here. I need to make sure that this isn't tied to that. I forgot about that. We need to make sure you... Yeah, we don't need that. Nothing has changed at that point. So we load you. Perfect. Love that. I didn't get it. Do I have to manually hand them up? Let me do... this. We're going to inspect... Nope, sorry, I lied. We're going to settings. Return on debug. We're going to turn on event trace, even though it's noisy. We're going to look. Apply. Okay, so a bunch of change. Turn you off before you scroll away, please. Mouse up. Attend. This is where I typed. Mouse down. Attend lost. Attend. Mouse up. Click, and there's a change as well. I don't necessarily want to hook into change events. Check the docs here. If I didn't close you, there you are. Is it going to be in here under event? I think. On any widgets. You need to look at this. The key function generate events created as a result of other, right? Yes. Focus, set focus, show. Close, defer. doesn't really tell me the correct way to pass these up. Does delete not? Oh, it's because of the bug, right? The bug with their text widgets. What would have... A button would have events that we could look at to see how they propagate, because the on-clicks propagate, propagate up. Let's go look at button, and then... on click... If we have an open menu, set handled. Otherwise, it doesn't say anything about it. Which goes up to widget bases on click. On events.click, we do the thing. Which doesn't tell me much about how things are propagated. Wonder if it's a setting on event. Tell me more about you. Oh, that doesn't help me a ton. Is handled. And handling, set handle clear handled. Init sets time to now and initialization, just prior to send. So why don't I see my thing? Take a look at you. Send a new event of the given type to this widget. Okay. But if we were to, let's say, send change, that should propagate up, right? Which just calls widget based as send with this and that, which is the same as this. Ah, here we go. If it's a click, we do that. It's not. Which ends up calling, creates a new one and then calls handle event at the end. So why would we send if we're just going to handle, right? I don't need to clone this thing. I just made it. Sends it to all the listeners, but what if I, like, how do you become a listener if you're not, like, directly registering yourself as a listener, right? This is a breath of fresh air from vibe coding. Thank you. Sends the given event to all widget-based listeners for that event type. Thanks. Appreciate that. It also checks if the state has changed to called widget-based restyle. If so, we have send key chords and stuff too, though. Like, we know that the scene exists, but only certain things like drag drop seem to go through there. Events returns the higher level core event manager for this widget's scene. Okay. What can I call on events? There are a lot of channels that advertise vibe coding nowadays. I don't know, man. I have no... What can I call on you? So in here... Okay, that's just this. I need to see this. This is all internal. This is all internal. You're struct. So we have all these that are special. The stream cut out when you started talking about vibe coders. Oh no, maybe the AI overloads are censoring. It's also possible that my internet just kind of sucks a little bit. I don't want to say that I have no respect for people that are vibe coding, because like there's curiosity and there's chasing the trend to try to stay relevant to the world, and I can understand those fears, but I have no respect for vibe coding as a practice or as a thing to do, right? So I can get a hold of events, but everything's private in here, and it's really just for stuff like scroll. So what is the method? It would probably have to be in widget events, right? System events, clipboard, on. Add a close dialog, send. But nothing. Okay, events, event, handle event. Nothing points a smoking gun at how this gets passed up. Because it doesn't, okay. Not everything. Sometimes the debug is just happening at the widget base level. This is all widget state for mouse stuff, okay. Might have to ask them. Send change on input. But send change would still end up in send. It's almost like something needs to be called to like register me into the larger events ecosystem, right? So I don't have to directly listen to myself. Because we see certain things like change. We see a ton of change here that never got handled by anybody, which is fine, right? Unless it is it like on a node base, maybe? Let's fix that just so you stop complaining. Widget base should embed node base. Where are you? Here you are. Oh, this is widget events, right? Widget base embeds node base, which is a struct. Which doesn't seem... I only like using AI for really repetitive tasks and for research. I don't recommend that. Like, it hallucinates so much stuff. Anything else is asking for issues? Yeah. Yeah. I don't even want to do it for repetitive tasks, right? Because it'll sneak in things that are hard to spot. That your brain's going to glide over because it's so repetitive. Find path. This is all for pathing stuff. Where is events? Properties. Walkdowns. Walkdowns. Copy from. Clone. No events in node base. Okay. Unless I'm missing it. Event methods. Empty space. Init is a placeholder. Right, because everything needs to inherit from you. That's fine, that makes sense. I'm gonna ask them the correct method to do this. Here's fine. Okay, I'll send you that in a minute. But that is just for inheriting, right? Or not inheriting, but for implementing. The interface, so that node base satisfies it. New node base, new child, add child, etc., etc. Node init method is called. That. But widget base events, actually, okay. widget base events was in a different place. So it's possible that there's a node base events. Init. On change on first. Value on change. Update the bound value from the widget's value. Okay. Send change on input ends up in send change, which ends up in send. Widget base events. Okay. This just clear. Okay, so this basically sends a clear to everything, which is the only reason we get events. Oh yes, I totally agree with it. Slipping in bugs, giving the AI access to your code base is terrifying. Yes. Yeah. Early on, I played with the local line completion that JetBrains offers, and I didn't like it. For one, it didn't write code that looked like code I had written. It looked very bland, right? Which makes sense. That's what they do, is they generate the most average thing possible, right? But I also noticed early what became known as the Copilot pause, where I was typing a thing and waiting for it to complete correctly, and I was just like, I don't want to do this. I can just write it myself and understand things, right? Hey, thanks for follow. I really appreciate that. And so I was like, why do I want this at all? It's just going to be a distraction. So I turned it off after an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. And then the hype completely killed my curiosity. The hype and just the utter nonsense, the non-stop utter nonsense. I was like, nah, I don't need any of this. Handle event, given call to all widget-based listeners. Right, and that's where this, but something, well, I guess, I know that there is a method in place for certain things. That's the reason that our context stuff, okay, that was in frame. The reason that we couldn't intercept the context menu open event and set it to handled to suppress the context menu in the map widget was because it wasn't clickable. And they said it should be bubbling up until it finds the clickable thing. So there might be a clue there. Glad I thought of that. Let's not come in here. Let's actually close all this down real quick. Let's instead look at the hype is so annoying. Yes. Context menu. It's just a widget. Scene context menu. Okay, so oh, I need to not in there. It's fine. We can do. Take a look at this to find scene. Widget tree. Selected widgets. Context menu. So it's a scene at the root of things. Okay. That makes sense. But this also takes a scene? And we just add buttons to it. Okay. So the on click for this. Is this. Except for this isn't the on click that opens the scene. That would have to be scene init. On click. No. Okay. But this would have to be fairly low level. In order for it to be on everything, right? Which it is, should be. Would you be on frame? There's no on click here either. So I guess widget base. No on click there. Handle widget click. Checkable. Okay. For left button. Right button. That certainly doesn't explain that very well. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot a message over to them. Ask them about that. That is going to take us past the 4-hour mark. Usually I stream 4 hours per day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday, ending on Monday, which you may know is now. So if you like this kind of thing, show up on Friday at this time, minus 4 hours, wherever you are, and I should be here doing more of it. There's also a Discord if that's your jam. It should be down in the channel description stuff. And we can hang out there in the meantime and talk about nerdy stuff too. If not, no worries, and have a great week. Thanks again for everybody hanging out. Great chats.